Um,
There you go.
Oh,
And you don't
it's
have to
green.
keep pushing it.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody here. First of all, what was decided as far as your time on this meeting? I didn't notice one in the minutes that it went from 11 to
There was
11 to 11:30.
Noted.
So, I think you need to kind of set a time and then extend that if we need to, if you don't mind. First thing I want to do is just go around the room and introduce yourself and what your expectations are for today. Nicole, we'll start with you.
Nicole Toner, and my expectations are today that we can come together and agree on the last few items we have.
Ashley Johnson. My expectations are that we presume positive intentions and that we can work through this quickly and efficiently.
Brandy Milliron, and I'm excited for some great, insightful conversations today.
Ellen Austin, and same thing that they've already said, presume positive intentions, that we work through some good things and we come away feeling good about it.
Maureen Opelt, I'm just going to say ditto to everybody else's.
Danelle Stutzman, same.
Nicole Manning, just to stay positive and collaborate and get through this.
Spencer Larson, and expectations are that we have some good discussion and complete negotiations.
Heather Hepworth, and my expectation is just about everything else that's been said, but hopefully that we can finish this off today on a good note.
Selma Woodward, agree with everybody that's already said stuff and that I can write well.
Yeah, she'll be our scribe today. So the other thing I'd like to do is before we get going is go through just a little bit for myself because I wasn't here last time, so I wanted to go through just a little bit about the process so that we make sure we follow that and that it's good for everyone. So the first thing was the interest, and I see you have them up there. Next, we have some options, and I see you have some for the contracted days, and that's what we're talking about. Want to evaluate using the standards. We want to commit and we want to implement, which is put in a plan. But most of all, you need to tell the story of why something is important to you and why we have it up, why it's come to the table to be negotiated. I think the story is the huge thing. Focus on issues and not people and all that other stuff. Okay, now we need to agree on the minutes. Did everybody read the minutes?
The only question that I have is on. Sorry. The only question that I had was on right above on page 4. A caucus was called at 1:45. I don't think we returned at 1:46.
It was fast.
Which caucus? Which one is on the bottom of page 4?
I don't think we've ever done that in the history of negotiations.
We can get to that real quick.
I'm sure.
I think it was, Yes, I think it was about 2 o'clock.
But then caucus was called at 2:01, so that's too close.
Oh, balls. So maybe the caucus was called earlier than that?
15.
Because the other one we returned.
Oh, we returned at 1:15.
Actually, it could be two.
Yeah.
Oh no, we
Nicole
called another
called that
caucus at two, so it couldn't have been two. Sounds like that. But there was a caucus at 1, returned at 1:15.
That works.
Sure.
Can you repeat what you said?
I said, are there any more discussions or corrections for the minutes?
If we needed to bring up a past about salaries, would that be something we would need to talk about now, or would that be on?
To go. If you want to revisit, it would need to be talked to the team, and then everybody would have to vote on that. Because you have already signed or not signed off on it, but talked about it. So let's get through the minutes first, Nicole, and then we'll put
We
those
can
on
bring
the
that
minutes
to. Okay.
for this next time. Does that sound okay? All right. So anything else about the minutes? If not, we need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the minutes
As amended.
as amended.
Thank you. I second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. Minutes have been approved. Okay, so it's been brought up to revisit the salary for a moment and talk about that.
We need to amend the agenda because it's not on there.
Well, yeah, I think we could add it to it, right?
I just need a motion to amend the agenda.
But we can talk about it as the new in the new minutes, correct?
Yeah, just
Okay.
amend the agenda to include that.
Yes. Okay. So we'd need to amend the agenda to include that in there if everybody's in agreement about that.
To revisit salaries, right?
Okay, everybody's agreed on that? Oh, that's okay. So we'll go ahead.
Do you guys want me to bring in those?
I think this is a pretty simple thing that we have to just talk about.
You want to do that one first? Okay.
Yeah, it should take.
Okay, go ahead and speak to that, Nicole, or whoever brought that up.
I guess it was brought to my attention that those that are in is it R3 level, that their pay, something of their pay, and maybe you guys know more of that it can't be frozen, and maybe somebody else knows more about that can speak on that.
I have some information on that. So starting back in 22-23, and this is from a State Department presentation that I found, R3s need to advance to P1 as soon as they earn it, and they have to be paid that P1 salary for whatever it is that year, and it goes up July 1st of every year. And let's see, the chart for that is in 33 1004B, subsection 9, subsection C. That's where it starts with July 21st. And then it shows, if you go over to F, it shows the allocations effective July 1st of 2024. And then, of course, next year, it says that the program compensation rung cell amounts shall be adjusted by an amount equivalent to the salary-based apportionment adjustment for the administrative and classified positions. So it's a little bit different for them. But it's pretty clear here that I think it's 24 people who are on R3 will need to move to P1 and be paid at the P1 level.
What code was that, Mara?
30, well, the 33104B, I think. Yeah, 104B, 1004B.
Was it 40 or 4?
1004B. And then the actual cost is at the end of or the actual payment is at the end, or sort of the end, close to the end. Item 9F. I think we just want to make sure that we're doing that. So that we aren't setting ourselves up for difficulties in the future.
It's just really once they hit those levels, like the P1 level and the AP1, and hold those endorsements, then
They have
yeah.
So we need some more discussion on that? Or?
I do think like it does need to be made clear they have to meet the requirements to move to P1. And occasionally there can be somebody that doesn't.
That's not what that says.
So if they're in R3, like there are pieces they have to meet
Right,
to be
right.
moved. So what I'm saying is like, so we could say here, oh, all 24 of those go to P1, they still have to meet the requirements.
And you're right, it might not be 24, it might be
whatever the number
number is. We just know that there are 24 who meet that R3 requirement. So the ones who have finished everything else they need to get to P1 would have to be moved.
P1.
If they do all the requirements, they have to meet. Yes. If they have to meet.
I don't care, but I can't find that. It's in
But Carrie, that also holds true for those who meet the requirements to move to the AP rung.
And there are 58 of those individuals sitting there to move just to AP1. That doesn't mean they necessarily met it, but potential of 58.
The way that I understood it was that the law goes into effect to go from P5 or P6 to AP1 next year.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. So to go AP, you have to meet those advanced
Yes,
professional
yes.
requirements.
You have to
All
meet the requirement.
recommendations for advancements are so like your evaluation right now is what recommends you for that as of July 1.
Yes.
So that data gets sent, and so like if somebody's going AP1, it will show that they awarded July 1st, 2024.
Okay, what I'm saying is that those requirements, if they are to move, that just like the requirements for, if they meet the requirements to go from R3 to P1, they have to move per law. But from what I understand is if they meet the requirements to go from P6 to AP1, that law does not go into effect until next year.
We have a P6. The state does not have a P6, so I'm not sure, Selma.
Well, our P6 would be equivalent to the state's P5, I would think. Not in monetary value, but in movement. So I'm basically trying to save a little money here.
A lot.
Yeah, because if you're talking that many people, I'm saying you don't have to move. They don't have to get the increased salary until a year from now or a year from July 1st. But those that meet the requirements to move to P1, they have to be moved this year.
Just let me clarify. Next year, July 1st of 2025, no person in the R levels can be paid less than what the R levels specify in state law and on the state career ladder. And the same goes with teachers who's have APE scores and placements. They have to be placed at where they are and be paid for that. So we've got a year with the people on APE, but not with ours.
Terry, will you read that whole thing so that we, well, not the whole thing, but just what we're going to agree to or not agree to here?
Okay, let's see. So in order to move the P1s, okay, so as the P1s, they need to advance as soon as they earn it and be paid that salary, correct?
R3.
Okay, so they go to R3s,
No.
They're at R3s.
need to advance to P1s.
P1.
Okay, okay. And they have to meet those requirements, correct?
Yes.
And that holds true to move to AP1.
No,
They have to meet the requirements.
they have to meet the requirements, but they don't have to be paid that wage until 2025.
Okay. 2025. Okay. All right. So and then Mara, next year, July 1st, no person in the R levels can be paid less than what it is assessed by the career ladders, the state career ladder. Is that what you stated?
There, like I would state it as what is stated in Idaho code is how I would.
In Idaho code, what is stated in Idaho code? So we have a year with the people AP, but not the R's. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion on that? If not, let's move to a vote. All those in favor? Okay, it looks like we're good. Thank you. So it looks like contracted Fridays are next on the agenda. Um, and you have some things up there. So the last combination looks like it was I, right? Yeah, you need to go up there now.
Would you like some help? Or you good?
Or let's
put all three of them or
just
the combinations?
the combination you're talking about right now is I, and it states data will be collected regarding the use of PD days by a designee and reviewed by MCEA and superintendent no later than December. You want to talk about or put up there?
Can I put up an option?
Yes.
Are you ready for me, Zelma?
Yeah, am I putting it up here?
I don't want to do a combination. I'd like to add an option.
Oh, let's.
I'm sorry.
Just stick that one over the top of that.
And I am right in the way. I'm just feeling really awkward in my placement today.
Scoot over in Selma's spot and boot her right there.
Okay, maybe that's just what we'll do. Okay, so my option J would be 2 hours of planning and preparation from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. the second Friday of each month. 9:30 a.m. for all schools.
The second,
Or I mean, second Friday of each month.
for all schools.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, does anyone have any questions for Heather, and or have any other options you'd like to put up there? All right, are you ready to do combinations?
Can we have all the combinations read to us again?
She
All the
meant, I
options.
think she meant the options.
Thank you.
To save time.
All been decided that when you went through that you won't have those. I was left to be talked about, and then added J as another option. So now we're dealing with these two things, whether or not to add another option or start putting combinations together.
Can you
And
read
that
us
says-
the the options? Can you start at A? Thank you.
Like A right here.
Mm-hmm.
A minimum half day of the day of contracted Fridays will be dedicated to teacher work time and planning prep. B, up to 60 minutes staff meeting, one per month. C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at the beginning of the month. E, Fridays before PTC, half day for preparation. Let's see, MSD guidelines to include Fridays are structured and sent to all staff. G, be included in the CBA. And H, add to the CBA and MOU that, I like all these, MOU that MCEA will gather data. I, data will be collected regarding the use of PD days by a designee and reviewed by the MCEA and superintendent no later than December. J, 2 hours of planning, prep, 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. the second Friday for all schools. So now I believe you can go through and put combinations together using everything. But you've definitely eliminated some of them. So go ahead and
I would like to make a combination.
Teal, could you clarify what we can and cannot use?
so those combinations that you put up there, you've erased them as combinations, okay? But you still have all these things to think about if you would like to use them in a combination. Looks like you just ended with I. Right, right. So those aren't eliminated to be talked about. They're just, that combination. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, thank you.
C E I G.
Selma, will you read those? CEING. Any other questions? Clarification? Want to go ahead and vote on that combination? How many minutes? Now, understand that you can always have more minutes, but if you give me a time so that everybody knows what to plan on, then I'll go check on you and you can tell me how many more minutes you need. 7. Okay, we'll get back together again. And MCA, you called that caucus, so if you would speak first, that would be great. Okay, we're ready to start again. And MCEA called the caucus, so they will speak first.
I would like to present another option. Option. Okay. Two hours for administrator-led meetings. Smaller group meetings and teacher discretion for remainder of the day.
Any discussion on that? Now, we do have a combination up there already, so we can put some up there and then eliminate them one at a time if you want to, or we'll go ahead and vote on number 4 right now.
I'd like to speak to that option before we do any combinations. I became, after last Friday, I became a little interested in teacher autonomy and what the research shows. To be honest, I didn't think there was going to be as much as there is. But apparently, this is a topic of worldwide interest. Um, I found articles from the Scandinavian countries, from Great Britain, from Turkey, from South America, from Africa, and from the United States. So, pretty much all over. And so I chose a few from the United States to just read as a, kind of figure out what it is, how it's defined, those things. And all of the ones that I selected came from the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development Journal, which is probably one of the most highly respected educational journals. And so there's actually been a lot of teacher autonomy research in the United States. And basically, it all shows the same thing. And that is professionals are rarely motivated if they don't have autonomy. People feel motivated when they feel competent at what they do, when they have a large measure of control over their lives and are engaged in positive relationships. When people are controlled and told what to do, aren't in situations where they can increase their competence, aren't experiencing positive relationships, their motivation decreases and they feel crushed. And so the the evidence worldwide, because I just did sneak a peek at some of those other articles, is that the more autonomy teachers have, the happier they are, the happier teachers are, the happier students are, and the better they perform. Sometimes the issue, according to the research, is that people have to kind of let go of what their prior ideas of autonomy looked like, which was, kind of a very top down, uh, we're going to tell you what to do and then you're going to do it kind of organization. That wasn't really a good setup for anybody. Um, I I read a couple things by Jim Knight, and he's really interesting. And I liked this quote really well. When school leaders and coaches dismiss the importance of teacher autonomy, they that reminds me of the nuclear bomb drills that we had in my elementary school when we all had to hide under our desks because that was going to save us from the bomb. It won't surprise anyone to know that I ran to the window to look. Um, Let me start again. When school leaders and coaches dismiss the importance of teacher autonomy, they usually do so because they are so concerned about students' needs that they just can't feel at ease giving up control. But a rigid emphasis on accountability and control ultimately hampers teacher development. External mandates and top down coaching typically fail because ultimately they are disempowering and dehumanizing and fail to address the complexity of the classroom. I would add the word infantilizing to that too. A better option is to infuse coaching with autonomy. When teachers have real choices, when they are engaged in coaching that is responsibly accountable, then real student growth is possible. I think I'm going to try and read more from him in the future. But I found another article by a gentleman who is a principal, I believe it is, yes, in Wilmington, Delaware, and is a nationally recognized speaker on education and has written 5 books. This gentleman says that teacher agency, so this would be autonomy, is the capacity of teachers to own and direct their learning and professional growth. But for most teachers to have real agency and feel connected to their purpose and work, schools and districts must begin to empower teachers to make key decisions about their success and the success of their students. They need to have meaningful influence and impact. He goes on to write, we must begin to treat teachers like the experts and professionals they are and support them so that they can continue to develop their creativity and innovation. As administrators, we must show teachers that we respect their time and the important work they do. Leaders need to become comfortable with letting go of some control and allowing teachers and coaches to operate with more autonomy. So it seems fairly clear that the more autonomy that we can give to teachers to control their, just even the most basic elements of the workday, their time. Nobody is saying, hey, I want to be a teacher, but, I don't want to come to work till noon. And I still want to teach full time. Nobody's saying that. We're saying we need some autonomy so that we can decide what professional growth we need to make as individuals. When you have someone who's taught, for 2 years versus someone who's taught for, say, 30 years, they have different needs and they need to be able to take the time to learn things that they need to learn, not what someone else imagines they need to learn. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussions? Any
Sure.
more options?
I
Well,
have
okay.
something. So this year we spent a good chunk of time learning about trauma sensitive schools. And every teacher in the district has been made more aware of how trauma impacts our students, how it impacts our classrooms, but it also has a direct impact on teachers as well. So thinking about that, um, when I went through the trauma sensitive schools book, it stated that nationwide more than 46% of teachers leave the classroom within 5 years. That's almost half. That's crazy. And it also says that teacher attrition has negative consequences for many aspects of the organizational structure of schools, including class size. And we all know that we're going to have larger classes next year because teachers have been cut. Curriculum planning, scheduling, and staff collegiality. Sorry, Lauren, I butchered that. High turnover affects all aspects of school climate and is detrimental to student success, especially in low performing schools with above average minority enrollments, which speaks, I think, directly to all of our schools in our district. Burnout develops over time. Its origins are almost always related to organizational factors such as overloaded work schedules or a mismatch between skills and performance expectations. And it talks about teachers also, even though it's maybe not the same type of trauma that our students are experiencing, if we are experiencing burnout and feeling stress, we are not going to be able to help those traumatized students as effectively as we really need to. We need to be their advocate and the person that can help them through some really tough times. So I think we also need to think of the effect that it has on teachers when we don't have the autonomy to make the choices and to work on our professional growth, like Marin stated.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah,
Heather?
I do have a question. Which would probably be for Brandy since you put up this option. So 2 hours for admin-led meetings, smaller group meetings, and teacher discretion for the rest of the day. Is that all Fridays? Is that the second Friday? And then what happens if a teacher is part of a committee and that committee meets in the afternoon on a Friday? I'm wondering where that all fits in that option.
So it would be contracted Fridays because that's the interest that we're talking about, and that's where the small groups come in. So if they're on a committee, or if their department needs to meet, or if maybe a coach in a building needs to meet with newer teachers, then that's where the small groups come in. So that wouldn't be part of the 2 hours. If they needed to meet in addition to that 2 hours, then that would be
So then
flexibility.
punctuation is important here because I see that as a comma after admin led meetings. That should be a period.
Or a semicolon.
So then you're saying that small group meetings and teacher discretion is the rest of the day. So 2 hours for admin to do something with staff every Friday is what you're saying.
If they choose to use that.
Heather?
Okay, one more clarifying question. So another option that was brought up there was like special circumstances. So if by chance we brought in a trainer and it was an all day Friday, is that considered a special circumstance? Or is that because that would not give teachers then the rest of the day to do as they wish? Do you see where I'm at? I'm just trying to really gather this picture.
No, I understand. And I think that there are special circumstances if a trainer comes in, or if the district or the administration brings somebody in. I think that would definitely be a special circumstance that we would have to allow for.
I guess I have another clarifying question. So when you say small group meetings, does that mean that the teacher has to want that, or is it if I ask you to be on a committee and it's going to happen then during that afternoonish time, the rest of the day? Or is the small group meetings teacher initiated?
I guess that would be my concern with the RTI meeting that's held here at the district that's required. Like we've asked people to be part of that. Is that something that you would agree to, or is that also small group like with your team? I just want to clarify.
I think if someone agreed to be on a committee, I think as a professional, we would have to understand that there's time that agreeing to be on that committee, you're going to need to meet. And if the district schedules RTI meetings, I know some of the buildings have grade level meetings, or they might have a department meeting, then that would be part of the small group. Did I answer your question? We just didn't want to, we know that every building has their own unique small groups that they coordinate, so we didn't want to get locked into committee meetings because maybe it's called something different in other buildings. So that's why we did the smaller groups. We thought that would be kind of general, but obviously too general. Sorry.
So, like, one of the concerns that I have is that in our building we have collaboration days, and so collaboration days for some teachers is just about an hour, but there's about a party of about 5 of us that have to travel all day long from meeting to meeting to meeting, and so those people, it would not be fair if we had this in place and we were not able to give them the same benefits that the other teachers have. I guess I'm concerned about that.
Are these people who have been asked to be in like a special group to do that?
They are, I can't say that I would say that they were asked. That's just what has to happen. For example, special ed teachers are part of that collaboration team.
Mm-hmm.
Instructional coaches are part of the, and they're there all day long, and they have to go from grade level meeting to grade level meeting, and so they won't have the benefit of that.
I would also add to that that we ask like behavior teachers to be part of that. So if they're part of our system and making everything work with each individual grade level, we want them part of that team. So it does take up a prolonged period of time of their day on that day during a normal work day, like a school day.
Can we
I have a question
go for your
first, please. Are these special people that have to go from meeting to meeting, because I don't know a better word to say, are they teachers as well? Okay.
Like, can we just have a 5-minute caucus?
Okay, 5 minutes. All right, so the district called for that caucus so they could speak first to this.
Okay, I will. If I have another or want to change my option, am I okay to change it, or would you like me to add a completely new option?
Add a new one.
Okay, we will add a new.
Wait a second, let me get back to the roll up here. Okay, so L, right?
Add a new one.
Yes.
Okay.
Gosh.
Okay, so Heather is going
Okay.
to put up another option, kind of like the one she did with Jay, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
4 hours of planning and preparation. Second Friday for all schools.
Again? Yeah.
And I just want to be transparent. When you look at the calendar, there is only 3 Fridays that would be the 4th Friday of each month. So there's 3 total for the next school year. So this is the majority of Fridays, leaving the 4th Friday to be determined by the principal.
Any questions, comments? Give you a minute to think about it.
Heather, I have a question. Could a principal have the freedom to give their teachers more than the 4 hours, or are they going to be required to have meetings for 4 hours first?
No, that would just be giving teachers a minimum of the 4 hours. So like you would have all of that time, and then in the morning would be determined by the building principal. So it could very much easily just be a staff meeting, and then the rest of the day could be yours. I just think it looks so different. I think that is what is making this so difficult. It is very different between elementary and secondary, and then even within those buildings, there's some differences. And so this would just be giving the administrators some autonomy in the morning to determine exactly what they would like that to look like, but then the teachers having that autonomy in the afternoon for as they wish.
And then what would the other Fridays look like that did not fall on the second Friday?
Well, if I were to put up a combo, I kind of like the communicating what Fridays look like. And so that would be part of a communication piece to teachers so they know what that Friday is. It kind of gives us a little bit of wiggle room for those special circumstances. So I can only speak to elementary, but we had a couple curricular trainings that happened all day on Fridays. And so those could be planned on that 4th Friday.
I see the 3 Fridays as options if somebody needs to be brought in for an entire day. It would be unlikely that one building would have full PDs for all 3 of those Fridays.
I guess I know that we just adopted a brand new math curriculum, and we're definitely going to need some more training and some bump ups in those areas. We have definitely got to get some literacy information out. So those are 2 right there, and then the third one usually is on kindergarten registration, for which that's when our staff usually takes the day to meet and build their class lists. So I could see all 3 of mine being gone right there.
while we're thinking, we've had a change of a person at our table, so we need to recognize that, Carrie, for the minutes. And so Dana Hammer is replacing Nicole Manning. All right, how we doing, everybody? Need to think about some combinations, and do we have any more options?
All right. We have an option. I mean, yeah, an option.
Option
Two.
or combination?
Option.
Wait a minute.
M.
M.
Okay.
Half of contracted Friday time altogether.
Okay, wait a minute. Half of contracted time altogether?
Friday time. Dedicated to teacher work time, planning, and preparation. And then the other half of the time is for whatever needs to happen as far as administration goes.
Okay, will you please say that again?
Half of contracted Friday time dedicated to teacher work time, planning, and preparation. So we're basically getting rid of an A also with that. So that way, if there is a full day meeting, then we could have a full day of teacher work time.
Is that what Friday?
Can't be.
Yeah.
So if there's a full day meeting, you get a full day of prep time?
Yeah.
Questions, comments? Any more ideas? Would you like to start making some combinations?
I have a combination also. I have a combination also. B as in boy. C D E G M.
Somebody needs to read that besides me. B, C, D, E, G, M. If you'd read those off, so.
Can I put up another combination? C, D, E, I, L.
C, al- allow flexibility for special circumstances and communications. D, clearly timely communication for Fridays at beginning of the month. E, Fridays before PTC half day for preparation. Data will be collected regarding these PD days by designee and reviewed by MC and superintendent no later than December. And L, 4 days of planning and prep. 4 hours, excuse me. 4 hours of planning and prep, second Friday for all schools.
Do we need to start eliminating some of the options? Do we need to? Yeah, we do. We need to go through those too. Are there any other options? Are there any other combinations? Did I take it we can vote on some? Or do you need time or help me out here?
Before we started today, I took a moment to remember what it was like to go through the interest-based training that we did a long time ago. And one of the things that I read about this morning, it clearly stated the fact that we are here in an interest to try and make things better, to make things workable. And part of that was to be open and to listen to everyone. And some of the things that I learned too in that prior training was the fact that we could make decisions and things together, that we knew that they may not always work completely. And so we may have to come back to the drawing table and work through that as well. And so, just in that spirit, I just want to remind people at the table that just because we make these changes, that it doesn't mean that it's going to work. And I would like an opportunity before it went into like permanency, that we were given an opportunity to practice and maybe possibly fail or make it even better. It's about the interest, not the outcomes.
Very well said.
I think that, one of the things we can do is we can put this in the CBA, and then if we try it and it doesn't work, then we could take it out. Um, Nothing is ever written in stone. I remember when George Bush the first was running for president, and he said he wasn't going to raise taxes. Well, then when he ran again, he said, "The sound you hear is the concrete falling away from my feet. We are going to have new taxes." So, um, I think there's always that option for us, hopefully, to come back and say, here's where it's not working. We just don't know where it's not working. And Heather was right. There's so many differences from elementary to middle school to high school that it's very difficult to come up with one sort of plan that is going to be usable by everyone.
I agree, but I guess what I'm wondering is in our previous trainings, isn't there something that we can do like a memorandum of understanding as we're working through that?
We could do a memorandum of understanding if we actually do it right. I've been here through a lot of those, and we've never actually done them correctly. The concept behind a memorandum of understanding is that both parties, two or multiple parties, if there's multiple, to the agreement, agree to work on the material, the issue, whatever it is, that's being covered by the memorandum for a specific period of time. So in the district, it would be 1 year because that's how often we negotiate. And the concept then is for both groups to conduct research and come back with information that then is used to make a final decision. We never got past the, well, let's put it in a memorandum of understanding. Nobody ever did the research. Nobody ever came back and said, hey, we need to talk about this again this year. They just kind of flew away.
I'm going to disagree with that just a little bit because I know that I was involved with one that, like, I brought a team back together on, it was the leadership designations for when it first went into play with the advanced professional. Things look differently now, but the MCA was involved as we worked through that. So I think that sometimes it has been successful and has been followed through.
All right, we need to make a couple of decisions here, folks.
So I would like to add what Marin said. I'm getting heartburn over the data part because I don't know who designee is, and so that is concerning me. I'm just saying. And then so what the data looks like, what it points to, how you gather it, because I feel like those are all super important things, and you know that's the area I'm actually leaning in the direction of, because I think you're absolutely right. I feel like there needs to be like data brought back, and then a refinement process, and where does that go? So I can easily see where the data that you're talking about would get lost and not be part of the final decision. But I also can see that it would be very difficult to gauge what the data would look like, especially coming from the teacher side of it. I can easily see how the admin would list out what they're going to have, how long it's going to take, and things like that. But how it shows, I always go teacher efficacy is my thought, that you're talking about autonomy. I don't know how that data would look.
I have a question for option M. How is it determined what a special circumstance would be? So if could I bring in 5 full day trainings and make it so that teachers in my building then would have full Fridays those days? Is there a limit to that, or who gets to decide what a special circumstance would be? Because as I read that, it would just be every Friday is half, but then we no longer have full PD days.
Did you say M?
I think that option opens up to where you could have full PD days or not, because we're just talking about the contracted time. We're not talking about contracted days. So if we're talking about contracted time, if you bring if you have 5 full day PD days, then you would have to have 5 full day teacher work days.
But that option would allow for me as a building principal to do that. Is that what I understand? Okay.
Yeah, it's our contracted time, not necessarily contracted days.
I think you're all closer than you think you are, listening to the conversations. We have about 10 minutes before we reach the 1 o'clock hour. We're still okay because my stomach's not growling yet, so we're doing good.
Okay, I'm gonna put up another option.
Let me go back up just a second. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, another.
I mean, combo. Sorry, you're right.
Combination?
Sorry.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Heather might need to eat here soon.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. C, D, E, M.
Yes.
C, C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and communication. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at beginning of month. E, Fridays before PTC half day for preparation. M, half contracted Friday time dedicated to teacher prep time.
Can we have a 5 minute caucus?
Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. MCA, you called that. Do you have anything? First thing we need to do though is it is past 1. We need to extend the time. So first, let's agree to extend the time.
Can we have lunch or lunch something? I don't know.
Okay, first we need to extend the time, and we can put a lunch time on that. But let's go. Do you want to go another hour? Do you want to go? Let's have some ideas, folks.
I guess I would like to finish today. So you're looking for we'll go so long and then reevaluate?
Stand for another hour.
We're good with that, with extending for
Okay.
whatever time necessary.
Do we need to take a little bit of time for people to have something to eat? Yes,
Can we
Brenda.
hopefully finish this interest and then break for lunch and then reconvene to do our last interest? Would that be an option? All pun intended.
We can vote on that. Put your thumbs up there. Wait a minute. Tell me exactly what you decided. Doesn't matter.
This room is so hard to hear.
This one, and then reconvene for the last.
And everybody had thumbs up. I noticed, so I think we're good.
That's because you included lunch.
Pretty much. My stomach's gonna start.
So maybe do we need to kind of just? I'm trying to get some. You've got a lot of great ideas up, but for some reason we're just not getting anywhere with anything. But I really can tell that you have the same thoughts in mind. Should we go through maybe our standards and make sure that each of these are hitting each one of these negotiation standards, or do we just want to continue to?
TL, could you read the standards over again to remind all of us? Thank you.
Okay, so your negotiation standards for this year, it needs to be legal, affordable, practical, manageable, fiscally sound, ethical, measurable. Does contract language apply to all third certified staff? Is there value added to the district? Is it in the best interest of kids, students, and is it equitable? So do we feel like that's all taken care of in those options that we have put up? Is there anything that might? All right. You have to make some sort of decision, either to vote or to go on or to do something.
I suggest we vote.
What, Ashley?
The combinations? Like, are we ready to vote? Then we maybe might.
Try to eliminate some down to where we're to some more specific ones that we can agree on. Does that sound good?
I have a question too, TL. So in the past, we've been told that nothing could be added to the master agreement. And I'm just wondering if that is still in effect And if so, why?
I haven't really ever heard that. Um, I think you're negotiating your master agreement, aren't you? Isn't that what we're negotiating now?
And I haven't been told that either. I do know that I feel like what's been imparted upon me is that what goes in there is very, very important, and that just like I don't know, it's just
It is important, and I'm glad you've never been told that. But Mr. Ramsey was sitting right next to me when he told me that.
oh,
So I don't think I made a mistake on that.
but that's Mr. Ramsey, not Mr.
I
Larson,
know, I
right?
know. That's
Okay,
what I said
okay,
in the
I wanted to
past, and
make
I
sure.
just
Okay,
need to
I've
know,
never heard that.
is that going forever?
Hello.
Is that ended because Mr. Ramsey is gone?
I didn't know that.
I'm
So, in my understanding of this process, the negotiated agreement is what you are bargaining right now and what we're talking about, and those things will go into the contract.
So I'll add just a little bit to that, though. I don't think it's everything is it, but we're here about interest and what's best for people in the district, students, teachers across the board. So that's what I think we're working on right now is interest.
As you're going, you need to understand why you're all here. You're
Yes.
negotiating the teacher contract.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I think let's meet back at about half an hour. That's okay. We'll get to it. So I think so. It seems like I've said before, that we're pretty close. I was thinking if we went through and voted on those four options, that might give us an idea where we have a sticking point. Does that sound okay?
So you want to go? Oh, sorry.
TL, don't forget that we have to vote on that one. It hasn't been voted down.
Let's get over to your third combination over there.
We doing? Are we voting on options or combinations?
Combinations.
Oh,
So I states, let's see, data will be collected regarding the use of PD days by a designee and reviewed by MCEA and superintendent no later than December. Okay. All right.
I would agree with that. I think there needs to be more to the whole thing than just I.
And those were the only two granted to me. Yeah. So we have a number 4, C, E, I, and G. C being allow flexibility in special circumstances and communicated. E, Friday before parent teacher conference, half day for preparation. I, data will be collected regarding the use of the PD days by a designee and reviewed by MCEA, superintendent, no later than December. And G, oh, did I get out of order? G, to be included in the CBA. Five. B is up to 60-minute staff meeting, one per month. C, allow flexibility for such special circumstances and communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at the beginning of the month. E, Friday before parent teacher conference, half day. G, to be added to the CBA. And M, one half contracted Friday time dedicated to teacher prep time.
I would say the scene that one's more constricting for administrators.
Okay, let's mark that one off. All right, 6. C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at the beginning of the month. E, Fridays before parent teacher conference, half day for prep. I, data, that's the data one, use designee, superintendent, MCEA. L is 4 hours of planning and prep, second Friday for all schools. Okay, we have, oh, wait, is that down?
Yes.
Okay, so we have one down. What was your reason?
Um,
Oh, sorry.
I'm not crazy about L because it only reserves time for teachers to do their work one Friday a month, and we're going to have probably significantly larger classes next year. And I think it's going to take us just a little bit more time to get the extra work done.
Okay, cross that one off. And 7, flexibility for special.
Can you read them again, please?
Okay, C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and it's communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at the beginning of the month. E, Fridays before parent-teacher contract or parent-teacher conferences, half day for prep. And M, 1/2 contracted Friday time dedicated to teacher prep time.
Say it again.
Hmm?
Say it again so the people at home can hear you.
Looks like you've all agreed on number 7 in your combinations. Have you all talked at all about this one, or is this one just brand new? We didn't talk about it last time. Okay, so we need to, and this was brought by MCEA. So let's have MCA kind of talk about why this is important and why they would like to see this go through. Is there anybody else that could kind of speak to that? Okay, so we were going to go through just the reasoning behind the added language for evaluation in the contract with MCEA.
Okay, so our reasoning behind this is this year, understanding the financial situation that our district was in, we weren't unrealistic. We didn't ask for more on insurance. We didn't ask for anything extra on salaries. We actually proposed the salary freeze option. And we just feel that in order to allow our teachers to feel appreciated in these uncertain times and protected, we would like to have some evaluation language put into the collective bargaining agreement. We understand that the collective bargaining agreement is not set in stone. We're always able to come back if something doesn't work and revisit it each year. That's why it's only a 1-year agreement. The evaluation process is already in district policy, but board policy can be changed pretty quickly. And when looking through our policy on evaluations, it's pretty extensive. It's about 8 pages long. So sometimes it's hard to find everything in there. I guess that I'll start with that.
So we can talk about putting up some options for language added. I don't know if I'm forgetting a step. I haven't done this for a while. Am I forgetting a step? We go right to options. Okay. Um, I say just put it up there, Brandy, and then let's go. Because I think when you're talking about language in your contract, that's difficult to without sitting down and writing it out. And so yeah, just make it the best you can, and we'll go from there.
I have a question, Brandy. Go for it. Okay, the evaluations. The policy is very lengthy. I agree. Do we love the policy as it sits right now?
No,
Me either.
because and this, I guess, as a member advocate, I've dealt specifically with this. In policy, it states that if a teacher would like to appeal an evaluation after the meeting with their administrator, the appeal or the rebuttal goes back to that same administrator. Well, we've already had the discussion, we've already had the post-conference meeting, and now it goes to the same administrator. And if they weren't willing to change it during the meeting, I don't see how. I just have not experienced an administrator being willing to change it with the written down. Does that make sense? Like, I've been in meetings where someone has all of their evidence, they've uploaded evidence into Frontline, it's all there during the meeting, they're telling their administrator, it's there, but they're still not willing to change it. Their rebuttal is going to say the exact same thing as what they said in that meeting, but it's going back to the same administrator. So I've looked at four different CBAs from districts around our region, and some of them had some great language that made it clear how to handle an appeal, what the philosophy is. I think with so many new teachers coming into our district, I think that unless so many of them have not had specific training on evaluations and the importance of an evaluation and how the conferences could go, that if we put in there a philosophy, that's an idea. The appeal process, I think there's just some things that could be in there that would add more protection to the district and to the teachers. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I'm just concerned as where we go from here. So if our policy is policy as it stands today, we can't change that. So then if something goes into the CBA, will it contradict what the policy states right now? I'm having a really hard time where do we go next to just I feel like we could work together and really look at what that is and maybe add a few of those changes. But if policy states something right now, I don't know that any of us around this table have the authority to change that policy. But you wouldn't want to put the policy that we currently have in the CBA if we don't love what's in policy. So I'm trying to figure out what would be the best next step for us to look at to move forward. But I might be left field. I'm just trying to focus.
Well, I was just going to echo that. One, the board sets policy. That's one of their duties. And so to really negotiate that away from them, I don't think is good for the district. But I do agree with Heather that if it's a bad policy, we need to work together to fix the policy. And let's create a good policy.
I was just thinking that would, should we put up some options just so we can look at them?
Maybe, and we're not trying to trump what the board has put into place or take anything away from them, because we understand the importance of policy, but also at the same time, the collective bargaining agreement is the legal document. So that is what new teachers coming into our district tend to look at, because our policy is so extensive that they're not going to take the time to go through and read every single policy. But a collective bargaining agreement, that's a shorter document that they could easily look through and have good quick reference.
So could we work together in the next half hour to create a policy to put in front of the board to change the policy that would also go into the master agreement?
I would have a suggestion for that. So I did take the policy, and this has been sitting on my desk for several weeks. I looked at the ISBA's recommended policy and ours, and I would actually recommend we move to ISBA's policy. There's just some extra wordiness in our current policy that is not necessary, and the ISBA one keeps us in line with law and just, I mean, it's still fairly long, but I preferred it over ours. And there were a few pieces I'm like, that actually needs to be in our policy.
So TL, it's my understanding that with IBB there's room for what's called a straw design, and so I would like to put that up as option A, that we do the straw design. Oh, I think you'll do better.
Okay, the straw design takes two members or decided on members, but two is what's recommended. That two members from each team get together and you just have a smaller group going through language and reading things and coming up with something to present back to the group. Is that an okay explanation? So it's a way, because you know, doing language is tough, you guys. It really is.
TL, on the straw design, do we need to set numbers? So straw design, is that added to that option, or do we?
Would, yeah. Numbers of people.
Yeah, like numbers of people from each team.
Yeah. So it'd be two people from each team. And the team would decide on who they wanted to do that, I would imagine. Should be somebody that knows the contract pretty well and the evaluation process. Does that look better, Brendy? Any-
So question is, as this is dealing with policy, would it still need to go to PRC? Policy Review Committee.
There's so many out
I guess I need clarification still, Brandy. You like, and I agree that the policy needs some adjustments. Are you looking for a true policy change, or you're still looking for something else to go in the collective agreement?
I would like to see something in the collective bargaining agreement. I think that gives. We've been talking autonomy for the last 4 hours on contracted Fridays, and I think that gives some autonomy and some ownership. The bottom line is a teacher that receives a good evaluation because they work really hard and they are able to present evidence and or artifacts, however you want to phrase it. I think that's critical because it is, as the state has set up, it is tied to salaries now. Your evaluation is directly tied to salaries with the advanced professional. Right now, we have 90 teachers that could potentially move onto the AP rung of the ladder, which financially benefits the district because we get that money from the state. So, not saying that all 90 are going to hit advanced professional. That's not what I'm saying at all. But as a district, I think working together to figure out how can we help people move from the professional rung of the career ladder to the advanced professional rung, because that's giving students teachers in their classrooms that hit distinguished level in domains 2 or 3, which are some of the most critical and important for students, and it's giving ownership back to the students, and it's making them take ownership in their classrooms. I don't know a single parent in our community that would not want their child to be in a distinguished teacher's classroom. I think every parent would agree that yes, I want my student to be in that. And so helping teachers and setting up specific guidelines that we work together to create to help teachers get to that level benefits the district in a lot of ways. It helps benefit us financially. It definitely helps the students because they're getting even more qualified teachers and distinguished teachers that they can be in their classrooms. And it's also going to help the morale of the teachers because it gives them the opportunity to have that conversation and be part of that conversation on what is our evaluation going to look like. Now I understand there's not room for a ton of flexibility because we follow the Danielson framework. It's not that we want to change that. We follow the Danielson framework. We understand we can't change any of the domains or components or anything like that, but just setting it up so that it's more clear to teachers rather than an 8-page document. It's in the collective bargaining agreement. It's there. We're one of the few districts that doesn't have it in our CBA in our region.
Any other questions and comments or options?
So I guess so any options that would be put up here just need to make sure it aligns with the current policy, or yeah, right? That nothing that we would add would contradict what's in policy as of today.
I think there needs to be contradictions, especially with the appeal side of it. I think that's where I see the biggest contradiction taking place.
Really just a question. Are we allowed to do that? Like, is that something that this team can do?
We can't change policy, but we can put it in the collective bargaining agreement.
But if you wanted,
so then it trumps policy? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That how that it would trump policy, and that's what the CBA does, essentially, if it were in there. I'm just trying to gather an understanding here. Okay.
I think there's definitely room for improvement on the appeal portion of our current policy. In certainly in the business world, the same person who evaluates you would not be the same person who deals with any discrepancies that you might see. And we're certainly a big enough district now with enough administrators. When you include the people who are teachers, but who are also licensed administrators, then you have even more people to draw from for that. I think it's important to have a clear appeal policy where the steps are logical and can be defended by both parties. And what we have now maybe isn't exactly that.
So if you were to do the straw design, because there's a lot of parts here, you know, we have it in policy, we want to put some language in contract. So it seems like you need to look at the policy, see what needs to be changed in the policy, and then see what needs to be added or what you would like to have added. So can that be done with that group of people? Do we need to talk about that more options? I'm just throwing that out there. Because there is a lot to do if you're going to change something and then put it into policy or into your contract. So the straw thing might be your best bet.
Maybe getting input before we go to a vote, getting input from the administrators on their thoughts. They've heard my ramblings, but maybe, or any that are here that would like to share, just getting their thoughts on things that work well in the policy, things that don't work well. I mean, besides the appeal, I think it would be good to have in there like the amount of time an administrator should be in a room for an observation, because some admins spend 10 minutes, some admin are in there for a full class period. So just having some consistency might help. I know that it's frantic and doing observations are super hard and it takes a ton of time. And since we're down administrators, I understand that that's going to have more put on their backs as well. But hearing from them, their thoughts, I think is important too.
Okay.
I'll just start. I love that I have I guess we go back to this autonomy that I get to go back to the school and ask the teachers what they want that to look like. So I'm fully aware of how I do observations at Asequa is different than probably what happens at Havern. So this is where this conversation, again, 9 buildings, it's hard. But our teachers have asked that I go in once a month and it is only for 10 minutes. But by the end of the first semester, I will have been in their room for 20 to 30 minutes. Could be 40 if I'm waiting to see something. So at Asequa, it's not a one-time observation. It's multiple that add up into one final observation. And I can't say that that's the right way. That's just how we've all agreed with teacher input in the building to do that. Does that give you a little bit of an idea?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I would also say that giving Heather's situation versus mine, it looks very different. I try to come to my classrooms as frequently as possible. I am watching and observing what's going on in the classroom when I'm walking through and seeing what's happening. My teachers can tell you I'm in the classrooms, I'm wandering around, I'm seeing what's happening, but I can't tell you that I'm spending 20 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes, depending on how the radio goes most of the time. I make it a point to go in and intentionally sit for 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes during a lesson. If it's not a good time, I go back, I try again. But it is time consuming and cumbersome when you have a building of my size.
So at Paul, especially from February on, I am involved in WIDA testing because we don't have a person to do that. And so it takes a lot of my time out of the classroom. And what I've done in years past, not this year, but in years past, I asked them to record themselves for 30 minutes. And then I actually attach that video to their evaluation and I use that as their observation. And there's a couple of reasons why I do that. One of them is practice makes perfect. If they don't like their video, they have an opportunity to make another one. And I think especially for your newer teacher, that gives them an opportunity to practice, right? And have put the best foot forward. Do all the teachers take that opportunity? Not so much, but that is up to them. They can choose to do that. This year I didn't do that, and in some ways it was easier, but I usually do just, the short spots, the short 10-minute, 5-minute here, a few minutes there or whatever. But it was also an agreement by the staff at the beginning. That's how they would like it because they would rather me see authentic. And then I've also given them the opt out. If I come into your room and you just having a bad day or something, they can opt out and I will walk out of their classroom and start over at another time. So in some ways, I agree there needs to be some maybe some similarities, but on the other hand, I'm grateful that we can do things differently to fit our needs too.
Somebody. I also would like to add that I have given teachers the option to videotape themselves if they feel like it was a bad day and the opportunity did not look like they wanted it to. They have had the opportunity to record themselves and send that to me, and I use that as their observation. So we do multiple
Yeah, I've had
options.
mine. I've asked them if they wanted to go in and record themselves. They could record themselves. I go in as much as I can, which isn't usually a whole chunk of time at once. I try to go in as frequent as I can, but it doesn't add up to a whole lot. But when I'm looking at their evaluations, I try to make it at least 15, 20 minutes to get enough details. And then I try to talk to them if there's something I didn't see. I usually talk to them to see if there's something that they can show me or did that I feel like it's something I need more information on. So.
Is there any questions for the administrators or?
I think move
forward if I knew exactly what the concerns are of you guys, because it is a big piece in our head, but I just kind of follow through with how I think it should be done. So I'm curious to know really truly, like we've heard appeals, but what other pieces of the evaluation process or piece?
So can I ask you guys a question? Um, is when you figure out, when you decide who the evaluator is going to be for a teacher, is it that administrator for the whole year? Or does one administrator do one observation, another administrator do another observation?
I can
I
answer
can
that.
speak
I
to that.
think it's not the norm for it to switch.
Oh,
So
good to know.
Josh can
Thank
probably answer. So if Josh, you do the teacher's evaluation, Danelle doesn't go in and mix with your evaluation.
I actually get to decide that as his head principal.
But
I
what
have
she's
assigned him adults. I have assigned him adults to watch and do their evaluation. Josh goes and does those evaluations both beginning and end of year, and he just handles that for me. That's one less thing, one less evaluation that I have to do. If we have anything that is a concern, we work really closely together. He comes to me and says, "Hey, I'm questioning about this. Can we sit down and talk about this together?" And I do the same so that we have two eyes and we both take time to go to all the classrooms so that we see all the things. So that if it was looking different for one versus the other, we have that opportunity to both have that conversation and change things if we see necessary.
Can I ask an, go ahead.
Frontline only gives me the people that I get. Those are my people. I can't see the rest of the people.
and what Josh is saying. So in frontline, if there's multiple administrators, that principal of the building determines if the second administrator should see all staff, or if they only see the evaluations that they're assigned. So Josh only sees and can go do the forms on the people he's assigned to do.
I was just going to say, and at Paul, I didn't have Josh do any of the formal observations for our staff. What I asked him to do was drop-ins, and so he did a lot of walk-ins and just left him a note about what he saw. But I did all of the certificated. Yeah, it was a lot, but that's how we did that.
Can I also ask another question, because it is part of the professional wrong, the advanced professional wrong? The IPLP, the individual professional learning plan. Did I get that acronym right? So I used to think years ago, I used to think that the IPLP was just a hoop that we had to jump through. It was just one more thing that we had to do, one more thing that the administrators had to do. It wasn't until I went to an amazing training that really I understood the value and the purpose of an IPLP. And I guess I'm curious, do you have conversations with your staff? I know that the pre-conference, you're supposed to meet with them and go over their IPLP, but at any time during the year, do you have conversations, or are your staff able to say, hey, this is one of my goals. I'm going to try to hit on this during this lesson. Can you come in? Is that something that happens? I just feel like the IPLPs are not utilized the way that they were intended to be utilized, which is unfortunate, because it should be a way. There, in my opinion, there is not a perfect teacher, and every teacher, if anyone says I don't have any goals, I can't improve, they need to get out of education, because education should be about learning, and it should be about trying to improve, because trends change and things change in standards and testing and all sorts of stuff. So we should constantly be striving to improve and to be better for our students. So I think using the IPLP the way that it was intended to be used to help make teachers better and have those conversations is critical. Is that something that you guys do, or is it just viewed as another hoop to jump through because I have to do it?
I think if you think back to when we first implemented Frontline and there were a lot of forms, that's because really that the IPLP had 3 forms. There was a beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of year. And really the intent of the 3 forms was to do what you just said. Really, there should be a mid-year check-in on your, like that's the teacher's goals, and then the end of year follow through. It was condensed because administrators just felt like it was too many forms wading through. But I mean, ask them. I believe some do follow through on that and touch base with teachers.
So, like in teaching, you have good years and you have bad years. This was not one of my stellar years, but it's actually that's why another reason why I worry about only having a 60-minute meeting, because that is part of my agenda on my faculty meeting every month. IPLP's on the agenda, and I ask them to take 5 minutes and to look at their goals and see if there's anything they can update. And then that's also an opportunity for them to think that probably wasn't a great way to word that goal, or I need to fix it, or I'd like to change my goal because something else came up that I think is more important. So traditionally, I do that on a monthly basis, but not like this year. Things have been rushed and everything else, and it was on the agenda, but we just kind of went really quickly through it, and a lot of them waited to the end. But
I think that's awesome. I'll go ahead and talk for Asequa. When the mid-year check-in left, I didn't continue to do mid-year check-in with teachers. It's funny how it works. It's like if it's required, I did it. Do I think there should be meaning behind it? Absolutely. But what I've done the last 2 years is because we do IPLPs as administrators too. And just like how you said, teachers aren't perfect, administrators aren't perfect either. And I fully believe it's a work in progress. So the last 2 years, we have to talk about school goals and what are things that we all do. I've tried to really take some of that and encourage teachers. If like this is our school goal, put it in your IPLP. So when we look at goal 1, we can all talk about the same goal. What are we doing? Where are we trying to work as a whole staff? And I have found it easier, and teachers, I believe, can then focus. It doesn't feel like I have my own personal goals and Mrs. Hepworth has her goals, and then I'm trying to do district things, and then nothing gets done well. And so we've just really tried to work together as a team that when we have some of the evidence that can be uploaded. So for instance, this year we had a data goal on our tier 2 students, and we also had a goal on common school rules. So teachers had a choice if they wanted to use both of those. We had written up what those goals would look like, and they could implement the same goal. Does that kind of make sense? And then or if they said, no, I'm not going to make those my IPLP goals, then they got to choose their own. But I did not do a mid-year check-in.
I'm with Ellen. We've had good years and bad years. I say that we met last year every beginning, middle, and end, and this year we met at the beginning, and I encouraged them to use trauma because we were already doing it as one of our IPLP goals. So we had a common goal. That was something that we were all working on together. And I gave them the autonomy to pick the other 2 because they wanted them to pick something that was fitting to them in their classroom that would help them.
I think something that's important on that IPLP goal too, it really, you market that I met, didn't meet, or like, does it say continuing? Like, yeah, like it's okay for it to still be in progress. And truly, sometimes a goal we pick in our professional lives, like, is still in progress for a couple years. And I think we as teachers, we want it to be, nope, like we set a goal and we're going to finish it. And I think that's a good conversation to have with teachers too. Like, you might be working on it for a couple of years, and that's okay.
Any more comments, questions, options?
Can I say something? So Brandy said something about the appeal process. I'm trying not to be on camera. I don't think I'm perfect. And so, like, twice this year, a teacher came to me and they were like, yeah, I don't know about this. And I was like, you might be right. And, like, so I would hate for the appeal process to completely eliminate me as the administrator because I don't think I'm perfect. Like, when I do something, like, it's possible and probable for me to not be perfect. That's just how I am. And so I would hate to be eliminated from that conversation. Anyways.
So I have to say, on Josh's side of it, we met the other day, just talking and conversing with one of our staff, and there was able to be clarification just that morning, just by talking and communicating. He just happened to stop into the room where a couple of us were, and it was handled, taken care of, explained, handled really well.
Any more? I'm gonna put some more options up of how to work on the problem, identify it, and then work on it. Sounds like it's a few different pieces in the policy that need to be looked at. Um, that might be a good place to start. I don't know. Need to throw it out there.
I do have a question. Earlier, when we started talking about this, I think it was Brandy mentioned something about how the policy can change really quickly. Was that true? About like, oh, I think she said it. I wouldn't remember the other day, but I think that that's something that we can talk about the the rate of which a policy that would include evaluations if we were using it as part of that committee and it went through the review and it because sometimes that's not consistent, and so maybe that would help with the nervousness of that something getting passed through really quickly.
So do we need to vote on, where do we go from here,
I guess
TL?
I have a question. So can we just speak like theoreticals for my brain? So let's say that the that we decide here that really the policy needs to be looked at. Like if we're actually following like the process, then the policy needs to go through the policy review committee as well. So, right, Mr. Larson, you're shaking your head. Yes. Okay. So then it would go through that, and how many readings? 2 readings.
Well, I think that's one of the issues that people have, at least with this policy and maybe some other policies within the personnel section, right? Worried that they can be changed too quickly. And so, I mean, if it went to the policy review committee, went to the board, I'm sure we could have something in place that said, hey, we'll go 2 readings or 3 readings with, before anything gets approved. That should give ample time for MCEA, for the policy review committee, the board to see it. And hear from people that could be impacted by these changes. But I don't know. I think our policy says something like if a policy is changed after 1 reading, really the board should have reason why. I think is how it's worded. And so there are times when 1 reading is adequate. It's just a little reference change or law change, and we have to get something changed relatively quickly. But again, I think with personnel, with this policy, in particular, yeah, we can go through multiple readings.
You might want to vote on that straw design, because I think with that being said, you could get a group of people together and put some ideas in place and what needs to be changed and present it. Right? Is that how that works?
I think that's how it could work, TL. I think it's kind of more of an issue of how we decide we want it to work. I can envision that we do A, and at some determined point, those four people would present this, I think, both to the school board and the negotiations teams, because I can see that there could be a possibility, maybe even a probability, that we might want to go with the policy that Ashley recommended from the Idaho School Boards Association. I tried to find that, but I'm not a member, so it wouldn't let me search. Okay. Okay. So if that were it, if we looked at that and we went, oh yeah, this has all the stuff we want, especially a robust appeal process that is more businesslike, um, then that would maybe move through the chain a little bit faster, just because the board is probably already familiar with that policy. But if it leaves things out that we feel we need to have for our own district's uses, then I can see if we said, okay, we went to the Idaho School Board, we took that, but we added this piece. And that might go through faster because, but boy, if we have to craft something from from the dictionary, um, word by word, that's maybe going to take a bit longer than most of us would like. But I don't know.
So let's put that up as an option to, is that all right, Maren? Maren, is it all right to put that up as an option to look through, to consider?
Isn't it just an extension of that?
Yeah, it would be an extension of that. That's what I mean.
So like a sub option, A1?
Because you'll need to decide what those people are gonna talk about.
Right,
That's what you were getting at.
right. Idaho School Board Association policy. So that's a starting point.
Yes.
I think that's fine.
Then another thing, if you do something like this, how would it be brought back to the group, to this group, to all of those things? You'd have to decide that also.
Well, a question, I guess, for Ashley. Would it need to go through the policy review committee before it came back to this group?
That's a question for Mr. Larson.
I would actually think that I don't know if it needs to go to them first, but before going to the board, it would
Okay,
eventually have to go through the PRC.
right.
So really, I guess that's the way I do it. Take it to the PRC, then, okay, yeah, that committee's good with what's being presented. Then could come to the negotiation teams and then to the board.
Okay.
Oh, and Carrie just pointed out, do we have MCEA members who are part of the PRC?
We should.
I agree.
I have no idea.
It looks
Oh,
like
there we go. Nicole.
Use your mic.
I am.
Can you say that lower, please?
I am.
Do we know who's on the PRC?
We need to have a classified person added to that because our classified person was or quit the district.
The straw design, since this I'm very unfamiliar with this, is it only two people from each side and you keep it that small? I worry that there is vast differences between elementary and secondary. And so I would just hope that the representation of those two people could cover all of those schools.
Really, what they're doing is they're putting stuff together. They're finding all the information, the other policy, the ISBA one, all of that, and then they kind of sit down and then they give it to you all where you have a discussion to change those things.
I see. Okay.
That's how I understand it.
Okay. I feel better.
If it goes to the board still would need to approve that.
Go through
Correct.
negotiation teams, then the board.
So the board would still need to approve it.
That would be the final.
Okay.
All right, what are we going to do? And then you did take a minute to get with your people and kind of talk about it.
Yeah. Can I propose a caucus? We need 5 minutes.
All right, we're gonna get back at it, folks. One thing I did want to say that if you do go to that option of the straw design, that would have to come back to this team because you're right, you're still talking about that. So just so that's clear, so that would be a step that would be in that to come back to this team because you'd have to finish negotiations to move forward. Okay. The district called that caucus, so they can go ahead and speak on that.
I called it.
Well, can I throw up a different option?
Yeah.
It's really the same option, but with three people. I have one admin from secondary, one from elementary, and then district office.
Yep.
So would this be A2?
So that'd be
A2?
well, it'd be
Or it'd
put it
be
up as a
eight.
new one,
Did you say? Okay. Do the straw design
right?
with 3 people?
Yeah, with three people.
What? Secondary, what'd you say?
Elementary, secondary, district.
And does that continue with the
Yeah,
looking at
still looking at ISBA maybe to start. At least help get it started.
yeah, that's a good starting
So
point.
looking at ISBA policy.
So that'd be representative of the different grade levels.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any more discussion or questions or options or answers or
I have a question. Does B indicate that it's going to be only 3 and they're all going to be administrators?
oh, I think it means 3 from each team, right?
Yeah.
She left out that line.
Yeah, sorry.
She forgot that.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 from each team.
On the MCA side, would that mean we would have a secondary, like a high school, a middle school, an elementary school? Because there's not an admin.
I think it would be good to have that representation, but really, I guess that would be up to you guys.
Okay, are you ready to, well, I guess put options together or combinations, but since they're about the same. So we will vote on A. All those in favor of A. Okay, we have a couple thumbs down. Nicole, reasoning? Okay, let's vote with B. Straw design with 3 people from each team, admin, secondary, elementary, ISB policy looked at. That was good consensus. Okay.
I just have another question.
Yes.
So we don't currently have, I don't think, any administrators in the district who are members. So not quite sure how to fill that position. That's true.
That was more for our side. So really, if you have two elementary and a secondary, two secondary, and that would be okay.
Or you could do elementary, middle school, high school.
Yeah.
I'll- Maggie Spongoli at Mount Harrison has been a member up until this year. So if you wanted to go that way, I'm not volunteering her though. Want to make that clear.
I have a request, TL,
Yes.
that if we could look at salaries once again. I know there was some confusion on the the movement to AP, and I've asked Daryl Kent to come down and share some information with the group, if that would be okay.
Yeah, is that, everybody agree to that? Yes, okay.
Do you want me to wait for just a minute then? Okay. So when it regards to salaries and movements, there's two state standards that we need to look at. First one is 331004E. This is for your state apportionment. In this section, it kind of talks about how you're going to have your salary apportionment based off of the averages, the weighted averages, and then everybody's place, and it comes in through there. The one portion that we really want to look at is paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 and 3 are really where it's at. So paragraph 2 is where it's already in effect. Oh my heavens. Okay, so effective July 1 of 2022, no full-time instructional staff member or pupil service staff member on the professional or advanced professional compensation rung shall be paid less than the minimum dollar amount on the career ladder professional compensation rung pursuant to section 331004B Idaho Code for the applicable fiscal year. The following paragraph, paragraph 3, goes in effect in 2025. The main difference to that is that they allow for the advanced professional compensation rung. Okay, so in paragraph 2, it's basically saying anybody in the P rung or the AP rung has a minimal dollar amount that can be paid to them, and it is what is applicable to from the professional compensation rung according to 331004B. So that's what is in standard right now, statute. If we jump over to section 331004B, 331004B, as in boy. A lot of this covers the areas of movement. What deems movement, what will do the movement. You guys know the AP having the last 3 years, having all those requirements to have movement. CTE movement and their placement. The big portions that we're looking at are in paragraph 9 when it gets into your sections F, paragraph 9F. This is your effective salary based by your 331004B. So 9F right here, effective July 1st, 2024, the allocation shall be for residency 41.5 for your first year, 42.5 second year, 43.5 third year. Professional 44.5 for the first year, 46.250 second year. Carrie, just tell them to look at 44 or 33-1004B, paragraph 9, section F. Yeah. So jumping back to 33-1004E, paragraph 2 states that they cannot be paid less than the minimum dollar amount on the career ladder professional rung pursuant to the applicable fiscal year. So that means anybody in the professional or AP placements cannot be paid less than this $44,500 in the applicable year here on Idaho State Standard 33-1004B. If you look at our salary schedule, the only people that would really be affected by this, where they may have movement earned and that we would need to match, or not necessarily match, but make the placement, is anybody in the career or on the steps P1 through P3 who then earn their AP endorsement. We would then have to move them to at least a P4. Our P4 salary schedule right now is 55.5. Oh, actually, take that back. That is wrong. I apologize. I was looking at it from before. That's what it would be in 2025, because that would be the 55,000. For 44.5, we don't have anybody making less than that in our district. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you said anybody in P1 through P3 that might move into AP, but they can't move into AP until they're in P5 because they have to be 5 years in the professional realm.
So that's where
Typically,
kind
the
of
only time there might be is if somebody's coming out of state. There could be a situation
Oh, okay.
that
with
they
the
had
quarantine.
years out of state.
But in all reality, like I said, I had to backtrack a little bit because I was giving you that $55,000. That'd be your advanced professional placement, but that doesn't roll into effect until July 1 of 2025. So as of right now, the minimum wage has to be at least $44,500, and we don't have a certified staff member in our district paid less than $47,300. So just wanted to add some clarification there. Or any other questions or concerns that I can help there?
So what does that do to what we voted on earlier? Is it changing it all, or?
No, we just went over it.
We don't need to do anything then, right?
We were just giving
More information. Gotcha. Okay. Is there any
I'm pretty
questions
sure
of
we
CEA?
voted on something, right, Carrie? That's the very first thing we did, that we would move people on R3 to P1.
Yeah, you did vote on something.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a while ago.
right at the beginning. Could you read that very last line one more time?
Can be paid less than what is stated in Idaho Code for 2025, July 2025.
Which is what Daryl just stated is already happening because we are ahead of the state salary scale. Am I correct?
This is the result of that money last year that they gave
The 6359 and
the
Minidoka gave
salary stuff.
$6,100.
But
Yes.
they didn't change this in Idaho Code.
Just a little clarification on that. Yeah, that 6,300 is being distributed, and again, the state asked us to put it into our salaries. But when it comes to their legislation and stuff, it is not built in yet. It's still a piece that may or may not pass every year.
So is that something we have to talk about every year? Where it goes, like we did last year?
We built it into our salary schedule. The only time we're really going to have to deal with that is if the legislation decides not to fund that 63, and then we've got to decide either how to come up with that money or to decrease our salary schedule.
Well, that'll suck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So does that mean that we need to do anything? I think it just explained Idaho code, correct? So I think are we okay where we're at?
Yeah, I just wanted a more in-depth clarification, and so thank you, Daryl.
Okay, Brandy, go ahead.
Okay, I just do because it's summertime and hard to communicate in the summer, it seems like. So we voted on this straw design. Do we need to set up a time that we're going to meet? Do we need to figure that out so we're not, bless you. So what do we do from here?
So we voted on that one, so you've got it all set up. So now what you'll need to do probably is just decide how you all want to pick your people and who's going to be over that. That's just some cleanup stuff. I think we can just have that conversation and get it written down. A date
Yeah, that'd be great.
that you want to meet.
First, don't we need to decide who's going to be meeting so that those people can look at their calendars?
So take just about a 5 minute and decide on the people. Well, 1 minute, 1 minute. Just talk amongst yourselves. All right, so Brandy, what people do you have in mind? Maren? Yeah. Who else is missing?
I think it's MAR.
Okay, so it'll be me and Ashley and Tamara. So when would we like to meet? I know there's some scheduling conflicts with some of the admin team
So
next
admin
week.
team can't meet next week. We could do later this week or the next week. Most everybody, district-wide admin, are in training next week all week long. So
Well, okay, do we have some dates we can put up there to?
for kindergarten. I also have, sorry, I can do the 10th, but I have to be available to the state for ELA curriculum review all day that day.
So do I.
Okay. So then
We're on that
you're not,
together.
yeah, you're not on the same. So I think I just have to be available, but that wouldn't be probably my preferred date.
So maybe not the 10th?
Can you be available? Is as needed?
I believe it's just like as needed. Like I may have to be like the Zoom up in case they needed me for something.
And I have summer school next week and that week until 12:30. Yeah.
Did the end of this week not work?
I can do the end of this week. Okay, we would need it to probably be like 2 o'clock or 1:30 on Thursday. If that would,
1:30 Thursday.
I think 1:30 would be fine. 1:30.
Let's have a consensus.
Let me speak for everybody.
Yeah, good job.
And then from there, then you'll have to decide when this team meets again so that you can relay that information.
Could we set that day, or maybe not because we?
And did you guys each receive the ISBA policy so you can look at it before?
Yep.
Don't we have to, you know,
We're supposed to say.
because we're not closing negotiations.
Right.
So
So we recess.
yeah,
I move to recess until after the straw maze committee, whatever it's
straw man.
straw design.
It's gonna feel like a
Straw man.
Okay, we have a motion to set a meeting date for this group after.
Are we gonna make sure that that's the day that that straw design is done? 1:30 and it's gonna be done that day?
It better be.
I think so.
Yep.
Are
So
we good with it? With
Okay, let me summarize that statement. You're asking if, like, our small group can meet, we come up with the wording, and then we have a negotiations meeting directly following? Is that what I
Whatever
heard?
needs to come next.
Okay.
You have that meeting done.
Sure.
Just the meeting and the policy. They want us.
Done that day.
In one day.
Definitely.
I think because if we wanted to go to the June board meeting, it has to go through a couple more hoops to get on the June board meeting. But if everybody's fine to let it go into July, then there's a little bit more time. But if not, you're in a time crunch because PRC also has to see that and then go before the board on June 17th. So I guess that's just whatever our end game is,
Thank you, Heather.
right? I mean,
For
is that kind of
explaining
where we're
things.
getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just whenever we want that to go to the board.
So when you get your things together, there's a way I have to format the policies. If you could get them to me, I already said that to me. I'll get everything formatted how I have to have it done, and then send it to PRC. Is that okay? How you want to send here, I don't care. But before it goes to PRC, I need to have it all, so I have to format
Okay.
it. Okay.
Can you send me the Word document of ISBAs?
I can send you the
If
Word
you
document.
have, I don't.
Yeah, I do. I have to download it and get it somewhere. But Tamara,
We're helping Tamara with the schools.
Okay, we have a motion we have a motion of recessing until after this committee comes together. Have a second.
who did
Randy, you made that motion, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr.
Spencer?
Larson.
Seconded it.
Okay.
So all those thumbs up or down or wherever. Okay, we have a consensus. You are at recess.
Yay!